Okay. Hopefully I'm live. Just check and make sure it's saved the first VOD. Oh, I can actually change the names of VODs myself. Okay, well, that's handy to know. Anyway, I did not know that. Are we live again? Come on, Twitch, catch up. There we go. Sorry, I just had to refresh the stream, so I missed a bit of chat. How do you guys prime? Put it on a stick, throw it on the ground, glove and hold. I've got an old picnic table that I just sit everything on. It's like one of those collapsible fold-out picnic table things. Because I can never be bothered putting pins in the feet, so I can do it all at once. Because for me, like I was saying, shit out here dries almost instantly anyway. So for me, it's just easier and faster to sit a mini down, spray half of it, come back in 30 seconds, flip him over, and then do the other side. That's exactly what I did here. And I mean, look at this. You can see there's no weird lumps or anything. There's nothing stuck in the paint. It is a perfectly primed mini, and that's just from laying it down and flipping it. Some people like to go to the effort of pinning shit, but I can never be fucked doing that. So, you know. Okay, so I'm just gonna send a message. Oh, sorry. Fifle, are you still in here? Yes, no, maybe. Let me look through the chat list. Yeah, okay, it says you're in here. I went and bought all the paints so that I can do these tutorial models as is, like these guys. Did you still want me to do them the same as this? Or did you want me to just make shit up as I go, or what? Because I actually kind of like the camo green scheme for them, but I'm painting it to how you want. It's the one thing I forgot to ask you about. So, yeah, just give me an answer and I'll just start doing whatever. Oh, also, I need paper towel for this stage. So I'm going to go get some paper towel while you wait for the stream delay to catch up and give me an answer. Sorry. I was just saying, he just sent me an image of how he wants the guys to look, a certain color scheme. And I kind of went with him through this before, but they're different models, so they're painted in a different way because all the main color is done on a trench coat, and all of those minis have the trench coat closed, so you can't really see any of the other stuff under them. So what I'll do, rather than having they still do have the green and brown theme. It's just pretty much it's reversed. So rather than having the green armor and the beige clothing, it's kind of the other way around. They've got green clothing and beige armor, which in this case the armor is a trench coat. So do you want me to do it that way? Or do you want me to just paint the clothing slightly more green? Or... This is up to you, because I want these guys to look exactly how you want. But the thing is, I can't paint them exactly in that photo because they're different models. I could try and paint them the same way, like I was talking about. It might just look a little bit weird. Because, it's a different model. I'm just thinking I can do... I can just make the pants a little bit darker and leave the coats that same white. That'll give it a similar look. Maybe I'll try that. I'll give that one a crack. Stop piss farting around. So, I think it's paint list. Alright. So if you're going to be working along with this shit, the first paint you're going to need Zandri Dust. I'm pretty much painting these exactly as they are on the box, with a slight twist. Slight difference, rather, not a twist. Put my knife away. Alright, so, the brush I'm going to be using, because I did say this is everything you're going to need. The brush I'm going to be using, medium base brush. If you're not using Citadel brushes, that's the size of the head. It's one of those, if the brush was still actually in good condition, it's like a medium-sized flat round brush, I guess. I don't know. Did I try and convince my client that Pride Cadians were the way to go? Mate, I would love to paint up some Kappa Pride Cadians. That would be hilarious, but no, I didn't try and do that. Okay, so just jumping straight in. As you guys who have been here a lot know, I don't use a wet palette at the moment because it's too hot in Australia to bother with one. So what I'm doing is I'm dipping my brush in a little bit of water just off camera, because I can't fit my cup on the camera. That way my brush is nice and wet, and then I'm kind of mixing the paint just here in front of me. So it's a half-assed wet palette that just kind of dries instantly anyway. So let's see, got paint, get some water. Message you about Pride Cadians later. Are you serious? Would you actually want some? I would be happy as fuck to do that. I think it'd be hilarious. Did I tell you guys? I'm pretty sure I told you guys. I was trying to explain about my Kappa Pride army in my local games workshop, and they full neck bearded me in there. Fuck you cunts. I used to like them, now I kind of don't like them as much. Because they neckbearded me about my army. Fucking cunts. Alright, so anyway, this is Xandri Dust. This is going to be the base colour for all of the camo beige colours. So, what we want to do is pretty much just slap this shit everywhere. Am I doing it on... I'm pretty sure I'm doing it on the tops as well. Yeah, fuck I am. Being really careful around there because I couldn't... So you don't need to be fucking really tidy about this. As long as you're watering down your paint, you're not going to build up massive glugs of shit. And that's the important thing here, because you know, you don't want to lose detail by adding too much paint at once. So it is kind of a bit of a joke about, you know, the whole Warhammer TV, thin your paints, rah rah rah. But, I mean, as jokey as it is, it's very, very true. Because it is much better to thin your paints and paint something 2 or 3 times rather than painting it once and completely fucking up the model. So, what we're doing now is making this dude look like one of the sand people from fucking Star Wars. No, we're not going to do that. I was going to green stuff this guy, but I had a look at him and it really didn't need it. So I don't need to bother with that for this guy. Which is kind of good. I mean, kind of bad at the same time because, you know, I kind of wanted to show how to go through the green stuffing process. But I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities to come. Alright, now, this is your base coat, right? So your base coat basically sets the colour for the rest of the model. Not the rest of the model, sorry. It sets the colour for all the other colours that you're going to build up on top of it. I'm pretty sure Kirby was saying before about the different types of spray, and he was absolutely spot on. The colour that you choose to prime your minis with will also affect what happens here. I like my minis to be slightly darker looking in nature. I don't mean darker looking as in they're all African. I mean darker looking as in I like the clothing to be just slightly darker and grittier because I think it looks a bit more realistic. Some people go the opposite and they like their minis to look super fluoro and out there. And if you wanted to do that, you'd prime something with white. Or if you do a grey primer, it's halfway in between, it's not going to be super extreme one way or the other, but you can push them those ways with glazes and things then. So, you know, this is kind of why I just use the black primer, because I just think it looks better and a little bit more realistic once shit's actually finished. Plus, yeah, as Feifel says, life is dark and gritty, so it kind of makes sense with the whole grimdark universe of Warhammer. You know, if you're a bit of a purist, you do take these things into consideration. Did I just neckbeard myself? I think I did. Fuck me. What a day. That's good. Also important, if you're doing a million of those KDN dudes, you can get a Xandri Dust or equivalent spray primer. This is true, but keep in mind, the reason... I'll just go through this really quick. It is a good point, but it's also a bad point. Primer is not designed to be used as a base coat. Right? So what this means is... when you first look at it, you might think, oh yeah, these two things are exactly the same, right? This is black paint, this is black primer. They are absolutely not the same thing. Most paints have a completely different finish than what primer does. So don't spray, if you're, just say I wanted to do this, and I wanted to use a Xandri Dust colored primer, if I just sprayed that on top, it would look incredibly flat. And the reason this is done is because, again, you guys know, I was saying it before, the primer kind of makes the surface like that. It diffuses the light a lot more when it hits it, which makes it look flat and even if it's not, because it's a lot more specular. But the actual paint is usually slightly glossy, so that when you're looking at it, you can even see it now with just one coat of Xandri Dust on it. You see how there's those edges that are really highlighting? That's because this has got actual paint on it now and not just primer. Doesn't matter if you varnish at the end. You could do that. Yeah, that's true. You could add varnish, but it's still not going to look exactly the same just because of the base materials that are in the paint. So like, just pretend this is your plastic, you got your paint on top of it here in this layer, then you got your varnish here. With the paint is what's controlling the dispersion of the light. So if you've just used a primer as your main color, it's your paint, the light is going to be incredibly diffused throughout it because of the way it works, because of the bumps. And then if you add the varnish on top of it, it's going to make it look shinier, but it's adding a layer of shine on top of diffused light already. So it is going to help, but it's not going to make it as good as it could have been if you'd used actual paint. Do you get me? That's why don't use primer to try and take shortcuts. If you're trying to paint like Black Templars, Space Marines, don't just spray it black and then do white shoulder pads or whatever, because it will look incredibly fucking boring. In fact, I will show you exactly what I'm talking about, because I used to do that as a kid. So, give me just a sec. Alright, you can see exactly what I'm talking about here with, what was this? I think this was one of my Predator tanks. This was just primed, that was it. Look how flat and dodgy that looks. I mean, yeah, I painted this when I was a fucking kid, but you can see, if I hold it up, just ignore the super bad painting. Remember, this is about fucking 15 or 20 years old. I'll try and hold it up so you guys can see the flatness of the paint. Do you see how it looks a little bit specular? And that's because this was primer. It wasn't actual miniature paint. So it doesn't have that slight gloss in it. Even when you hold it on corners, you see you got the light coming from up in that direction, and it's not adding a pinpoint highlight from the light.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
A.B. Scott, good on you, mate. Thank you so much for that. What was I saying? Yeah, you can see there should be a pinpoint highlight there, but because it's diffusing the light too much, it just looks completely blurred. That's exactly what I'm talking about with not using primer as your base coat. It's incredibly lazy, and it will just make your minis look flat as fuck. So, even though it's quicker, it is incredibly quick to paint shit that way, but it's lazy and things will just look shit. So, yeah, it just, Moo, as you say, it just depends on what you like though. I think it looks awful, personally. I'm not going to go into too much more about it, because that's just me. Generally speaking though, you should not just use primer as your main colour, because it will look bad. Just straight up, it will look bad. Yeah. If it's small, you may as well just leave it primer. Anyway, what was I up to? Where's me box gone? Gosh, I'm always like, don't do box art, and now I'm doing exactly that. I gotta fucking remember what colours I bought for this bastard. New pot. Oh, it's so clean. And now in about 4.5 minutes it's gonna be fucking clagged up and dog shit. Let's find a different brush, shall we? Stay open. There we go. So, this is now Castellan Green. And I'm painting this on the armor. Oh, this is a small base brush now. For those of you playing the home game. So there's actually not that much shit to paint with this colour. It's just a few armor panels, it's his chest plate, that's about it. Again, it doesn't matter if you are painting this and you fuck up a piece, because you can just fix it up later. These minis are nice and open, so they're kind of forgiving. Also, I'll just tell you guys about the way Games Workshop paints do their coding system for different paints. So, on that tank, did I do any washes? I honestly can't remember. All I remember is I primed it, but I painted that honestly about 15 or 20 years ago. It was one of the first vehicles I ever did, and it really looked bad. So yeah, I can't remember if I did or not. Games Workshop paints. So you may have noticed when you pick one up, it says base paint here, or you'll pick up another and it says layer paint, rah rah rah. What does this mean? So, do I have my magazine? No, I don't. Base paints are exactly what they say. They are supposed to be the base coat. Zandri Dust. Base coat. See? Base. Base coats are usually a lot thicker than other paints. They've got slightly more pigment in them in comparison to other paints. That means once you've thinned them down, you generally don't have to use as much of it to get a solid colour. So if you're looking at, a base paint in comparison to a glaze paint, I'll just show you two different blue paints so that you can see what I'm talking about. Here you go. There's a base blue compared to a glaze blue. You can see how different that is. This is basically water, right? Compared to almost like just pigment. I mean, you may as well be smearing pig fat on your fucking miniature. That's how thick this crap is. That's why you gotta water it down. So yeah, that's pretty much the only difference. So base paints are supposed to be at the bottom. I mean, ideally it doesn't matter because it is what it is. You do what you want to do with them, but that's generally how they're designed. You have your base paints and then your layers. Your layer paints go on top of the base paints. They're slightly thinner than bases by like a stepped increment. And then you've got your edge paints, which are really nice and thin so that you can get just enough paint on them to kind of do edge highlights, like this shit, you got your nice light pinks along there, you see that through the varying layers, stuff like that. Perfect example of working up through the different stuff. Base coats, edges, layers, rah rah rah. Just trying to get the potential pros and cons of coloured primers out there. Oh yeah, like honestly man, personally I think the primers, you should only ever need 3 different choices. Black, grey and white. But it just depends on what you want to do. Some people want to prime their shit in a bone colour because... Oh, sorry about that. If you're doing like an arseload of skeleton armies, for example, I might go to the effort of buying a Zandri Dust coloured primer then, because I'm doing a lot of bone, and you want that bone colour to just kind of look a bit more earthy, not so much either black or white, and it just kind of depends on how you want to do stuff. Soul, hadn't you seen my Kappa Pride Marines before? Here you go, I'll leave him there so you can have a look. So yeah, anyway, I got a bit sidetracked there, sorry guys. We're just going back, adding a second coat of this green, make it nice and stand outy. Stand outy? Is that a word? Fuck yeah, it is now. No worries, Orc. Take it easy, mate. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, Moo hates my Pride Marines. I'm just being careful going around the edges of the armor here. Remember guys, this isn't a race, it's not a fucking speed painting contest. Feel free to take your time, spend 10 hours painting something if you need to, because at the end of the day you want shit to look good. I mean, unless you've got like 1 day left to paint an entire box of shit so that you can enter it into a tabletop competition with painting regulations and whatever, then yeah, you might be a bit under the pump. But otherwise, just take your time. Because it is worth it! Alright. Is this your first stream? No, it's not. I've been streaming, I think, about 9 months or so. Maybe a bit less. I honestly can't fucking remember. I think I started streaming... No, shit, I think it's closer to 6 months now. Not 9 months. My bad. I've been here for a while, though. I just usually don't get that many viewers. Because apparently I'm rude. Fucking bunch of sooks. Originally all you watched was a marathon called Zeldathon. I do love those marathon streams. Games Done Quick is always a good one for me as well. I love watching Games Done Quick. It always blows my fucking mind how they know so much about these games. They're just like, oh yeah, back in like 1988, the original person who found this glitch was like, what the fuck, mate? Like, they know so much random shit that literally nobody gives a fuck about, but they are super excited about it, and that's what impresses me. You know, the fact that they're just so into it. I really love that. Sorry, I'm just looking for all my shit at the moment. There it is. That's alright, Kirby. No wuckers, mate. Maybe it's Army Painter you were thinking of. I know they do have like a brown sort of primer. Was it Army Painter? I don't know. It's one of the companies. Somebody out there does have one either way. Do I remember Super McGamer from his Wind Waker run at AGDQ? I don't. I was actually asleep when that one was on. I usually try and, like, if there's a run that I want to see, or if there's a game that I've not seen before, I'll usually try and wake up for it. But a lot of them, you know, it's the same games each year, so I kind of just go, oh yeah, nah, I don't really care anymore. Like, a lot of the Zelda games, you know, it's always, oh yeah, we're gonna speed run Ocarina of Time again, and it's like, oh mate, I've seen speed runs for Ocarina done about 900 times, so I usually don't watch them. Even though I love Ocarina of Time, it's like easily one of my favorite games. I just don't like watching speedruns of it anymore because I've seen it so much. I can't wait to see speedruns of Breath of the Wild done though. I think that's going to be hilarious. You know, running into fucking the castle with only like 3 hearts and then getting one hit 400 times. Oh, it's going to be some massive rage. I swear to God, mate, like, Breath of the Wild is harder than fucking Dark Souls. It is. Just is. Because in Dark Souls, you kind of like, you got a linear path, you know, you need to do this and this and this to get to the end of the game. Zelda, Breath of the Wild, the end of the game is right in front of you from the first 5 minutes. There's only like one mandatory thing that you have to do in that game, and it's get the hand glider thing so that you can get out of the little central area. That's it. You can go straight to the end boss after that if you want. But, you know, you're going to get backhanded into submission. So I think that'll be an interesting speedrun game if someone decides to do it. I mean, people might think it's not speedrunning at all because it'll literally take them 15 minutes to do it. Because of what I said, you know, you can just do the start zone and then go straight to the end boss. Getting neckbearded at the store, getting neckbearded on Twitch, can't catch a break. That's just how neckbeards roll, mate. Even at the supermarket, there's neckbeards. Those fucking idiots that come up to you when you're looking at shit on the shelves and they're like, oh, this one's got so much gluten in it, maybe you should, because if you ever want to do this, then you'll have more energy, and, mate, go fucking suck a camel's dick. I don't give a shit about your mung bean lentil eating fucking horsetail soup shit. Fuck off. You know? I think I'm going to do swap to a smaller brush now. Just to recap, I used a larger brush to base that in Xandri Dust. Yeah, so usually just to save time, if you're doing a large area, use a slightly larger brush. So I used this brush here to do the Xandri Dust, this brush here to do the little green areas. Sorry, that's really far away, isn't it? There you go. So it's slightly larger brushes. Then I've also got this brush, which I use for doing vehicles and monstrous units, shit like that, because trying to paint a bloodthirster with a brush this size, you're going to be sitting there for about 3 fucking months doing a base coat, and you don't want to put yourself through that kind of headache, so get the right tool for the job. Alright. Now I need to swap to my thin brush, if I can find it. Alright. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is just very carefully do the very edges of this armor. Now this shit can be a bit of a pain in the dick, because if you make a mistake then it's really going to show up. But it doesn't matter too much, because what you can do is sometimes it's a lot easier, especially if you've not got a very steady hand. It's a lot easier to overpaint something one way and then come back and fix it up later. And what I mean by that is I usually do that when I'm painting Space Marine shoulder pads, for example. So I generally end up overpainting. So rather than, you know, filling out the center of this with all the colors first and then coming and carefully trying to get the very edges of this shit with pink, because I'll just zoom in so you can see. Oop. Can you guys see the... What? Is that going the right way? There we go. You can sort of see it now. Just very, very thin edge of pink around the inside of the fucking shoulder part. How I did those was basically by doing the outside lip first. So I just overpainted shitloads and then very carefully come back later to do the colors on the inside, and I just don't go all the way up to the edge. That way when I put my my black Nuln Oil around for the shadowing, you know, it looks like it's been joined, that gap there. So it looks like the paint goes right up to the edge, but, you know, if you were to look under a fucking microscope or something, you'd probably see an incredibly thin gap of, like, the rainbow colors between the edge of the shoulder pad, you know? They're not joined. There's a tiny little gap there. And that's what I mean by overpainting. I overpainted the pink onto the shoulder, so this is the little lip on the shoulder pad. Overpainted that, so it was pink down on the actual shoulder pad too, and then I came back later with the rainbow colors and painted on top of that. So that is sometimes easier than sitting there with one hair thickness in brush trying to get shit exactly perfect. So yeah. Oi. What was I up to? Edges, that's right. But yeah, doing edges and shit like this, it's just one of those things that you'll pick up your own way of doing stuff, and you'll find other ways that I've not talked about that are even quicker. And, you know, everyone has their own way of doing shit. So, you know, like I was saying before, don't ever take anything I say as canon. You know, it is not the only way to do stuff. Just, it is not. Other people will tell you to do, oh, this is the best way to do it. Don't fucking listen to them. Anybody who says this is the best way of doing something is, like I said, they're just trying to suck their own dick by saying things like that. Because there is no right or wrong way to do something. The way to do something is whatever works for you, whatever looks best for you, and whatever works best for you. That is how you do something. So, don't ever let someone convince you that you should not do this or that or blah, 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 because they're a fucking mong, and they probably don't know what they're talking about to begin with. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is go back and just do a little bit more Xandri dust on some areas, because there's a tiny spot on the front of him that's not quite as thick as I'd like. Oh yeah, and as Kirby says, generally sometimes the easiest way to do shit is start at the bottom and work your way up. And exactly what Kirby is saying. When you look at a model, I'll just show you with a fully painted one. When you look at a model, it might just look all the same or whatever. It's 3D or blah blah blah. But if you look at individual parts of it, you've got different depth layers. So if you look at this leg, for example, these joints in the leg are lower than the actual armor. Here on the shoulder pad, this shoulder pad is actually custom made. I sculpted it, so, but you know, it's the same principle. Most Space Marine chapter shoulders these days will have an icon that stands out off the shoulder. So generally, if you want to paint the inside of this first, that's the way to go. Apart from what I was talking about with the overpainting, because there is the slight lip along the inside here that you want to get paint on. So, you know, overpaint that first with just some basic color, and then work your way up. So do this color, do your layers along here, then do the actual chapter icon. You know, start at the bottom, work your way up. That way you're not as likely to, just say if you wanted to paint this first, you're not as likely to come back then and fuck it up by accidentally, you know, slopping paint from white onto the red area, things like that. Now what am I doing? What do we got? Oh yeah, I gotta get skin tones and shit, right. So... whoop, actually... I forgot the gun. Gonna do the gun. Or, actually, Flyful, what colour do you want the gun? The weapons, sorry. Do you want the weapons to be camo and blend in with the mini, or do you want them to stand out like dog's balls? Do you want me to do them like bright reds or blues or fucking fluoro greens or something? Yeah, I'll look at that. That image you sent me again. See what colour they are on that. I think they're just... yeah, they're all just rustic metal colours, which looks a little bit boring, I will be honest. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do it. The green. Rainbow guns incoming. Hey, I'll paint them fluoro rainbow colours if you want. But, I mean, I'm waiting. Normal gun colour. Alright, I'll do it the camo colour because it kind of looks nice. And actually, I'm kind of digging the red thing. Make them stand out just a bit for you. So let me find some red colours. Fuck me, this paint is tacked. Alright, I'm going to do bright red guns for you, because I think it'll look just a little bit different. It's kind of going against the whole camo theme, but on the bright side, if you end up hating it, weapons are pretty easy to paint over, so... Plus, this kind of reminds me of old school Space Marines and shit, where they'd all have like fucking super bright red weapons. You know, they kind of wanted to stand out. No such thing as camo. I know these aren't Space Marines, but it's the same fucking theory. Plus, like I said, if you don't like it, just let me know and I'll paint over it in a normal colour. Acadian troop that used to be a Marine and kept his gun, maybe. It does stand out a lot, doesn't it? Plus, this guy's going to be your sergeant, so I could just... I'm just thinking what it would look like with the rest of them now. You know what, I'm kind of regretting this red. I'm just thinking it's going to look a bit off with the rest of the troops. Fuck. I might just go with the camo. Ignore everything I've just done in the last 2 minutes. Maybe I can wash some of this paint off before it dries. It's already drying. Dried. Kirby's got it. Alright, well, I'll just let that dry. I'll go over and paint it in a second. What I will do is paint his chainsword with the camo colour. Could glaze black over it, make it more of a red black. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with the camo, I think. Just because it looks a little bit more what he's after this way, I think. Well, once it's finished it will. These are still all just base colours, so, you know, we've only just started with this guy. Still a lot of shit to do. Alright, so that's the body of the chainsword. How do they... Oh yeah, they do the whole thing. The blade cover as well. So, we'll just give this a lick of green. I swear, this is like the dullest green colour I've ever seen in my life, though. Like, you know, if you walk into a retirement home or something and they got really boring colours so they don't give all the old cunts like fucking heart attacks and shit? This is the sort of green you'd expect to see on the walls in a retirement home. Chirpmeister! Cheers for the follow, mate. Good on ya. Alright. What? If you are doing what I'm doing and mixing your paint 2 inches away from your model, try not to let your model roll on top of the paint that you're using, because, you know, you'll fuck it up. So, oh, I forgot to give you tips about using the brushes. So, when you're painting, right, if you've never done painting before, take a look at your brush. This metallic silver thingy here that holds the bristles together, this is called the ferrule. The way I explain this is, generally when you're painting, sketch charging. Cheers for the follow, mate. Generally when you're painting, you don't want to get paint up here, near the tip of the ferrule. And the reason for this is, the ferrule is basically a tube. It's a curved tube thing that holds all the bristles together, nice and flat, right? So, this is your ferrule. It's holding the bristles together. That's a perfect paintbrush right there. If you get paint molecules coming down to the very tip of the ferrule, in between all the bristles down here, this is what happens. It pushes the bristles apart like that. And then when you try and clean it, some of those paint molecules are still going to be dry in between those bristles. So it's going to spread your paintbrush head out like that. So you'll go from having a nice tip like this. This is one of my old brushes, the exact same brush, to something like that. This is because I didn't look after this brush. I used to just get paint all through the ferrule. You can actually see colour in it down here. There we go. You can see there's all paint stuck down around here, and all the bristles basically just became dog shit. Rather than becoming a single formed thing, they were all spread out and they'd break off because they were just on their own, and that's how you fuck up paintbrushes. I only had this thing for about 3 months and it's completely fucking toasted because of it, because I didn't look after it. So if you can, try not to get paint down this end of the ferrule, because you will fuck it up. Kangaroos all through Australia, or just in the south, or what? Most of the time they're all throughout Australia. It just depends what type of kangaroo you're looking for. Most of the big ones are out towards the Northern Territory, Western Australia, northern parts of South Australia, and Queensland. We don't really... They're the big ones, they're the reds. We don't really get the big ones out here. We get the eastern grey kangaroos, which are kind of boring. They're very small, they don't kill people, they just kind of hop around and, you know, look stupid. Do they jump fences? Yeah, fuck oath they do. When I do weapons, do I usually do metallics first and then accents, livery, or the opposite? I usually do the main body of the weapon first. So it also depends how I'm going to be painting the weapon. So as you said, with metallics and whatnot, if I was going to paint the gun entirely silver or some form of silver, then I'd just cut sick with the metallics straight up. But I usually just do the main color first, and that way I can see what the general tone of the weapon is going to look like once it's finished. See, because I painted red under this, I'm going to have to do this quite a few times to actually get the color looking right, because it's fucking red underneath now, because I'm a dumb cunt, and I shouldn't have done that red. A little bit ambitious with it. Don't worry, I will get it looking right. It's just going to take a few minutes extra now. Didn't understand what I just said. Alright, if you've got a fence 5 foot high, can a kangaroo jump over it? Yeah, some kangaroos can jump like 2 meters plus. I think that's about, what do you call it? I think that's about 6 feet. Some of them have been known to jump much higher. But yeah, essentially, most of the cattle fences out here are usually about sort of like neck height. And that's so that, especially in the outback, it's so that it'll stop the cattle and the camels and all that shit from spreading too much, but kangaroos can still jump over it then, because kangaroos are, a migratory animal. They go wherever there is food. So they need to be able to move around. And if we built fences that were 20 foot high and blocked in all the roos, well, kangaroos are a fucking cunt for starters. They destroy everything in their path. They're actually a pest out here. So, yeah. Either way, kangaroos can jump fences. They will jump fences. They can and they will jump fences. Then they will kick you and fucking laugh about it, because that's just how they are. Fucking cunts. Bo, how are you, mate? What's going on? I think this is about the 4th coat of paint I've put onto this to try and cover up the red. And it's working. So getting rid of that stupid red colour. Deer are pests. Yeah, they're pretty much the exact same thing as deer. They literally just, they go wherever and just fuck everything up. We don't have a big deer problem. Deer are an introduced species here, so we do have them. Personally, I think every single deer in Australia should be exterminated, and it's the same with every wild hooved animal. You get all these fucking tree-sucking hippies that are like, protect the animals, fucking save Australia's deer. Fucking idiots don't know what they're talking about. Because every single wild hooved animal in Australia was an introduced species. We have no native hooved foot animals. So this includes wild pigs, deer, all that sort of shit. They should all be fucking killed. Because Peter can suck my fucking dick for this, but they are wild and they completely destroy the bush. Australian bush and North American or European forest land is completely different. Our bushland has fuck all vegetation on the ground. So the deer come through and they just fucking trample it all and they eat it all and it kills the bush. These dumb cunts don't understand that. 10, 20 deer wild in the bush will fucking destroy like 20 square kilometers of bushland in a week easily. I mean fucking destroy it. That's why we should kill them all, because they kill that bushland and then you're getting rid of homes for possums, koalas, kangaroos, fucking snakes, kookaburras, 1,000 different types of birds, and they're just like, oh no, but you gotta protect those 20 deer. Fucking shove it up your ass, mate. Those 20 deer have just killed 100 other native species because of you. Because you don't let fucking hunters go out and shoot them, you fucking mongoloids. These fucking dumb cunts don't understand that. Sorry, that was a bit of a rant. If you're watching the VOD, just skip that part. Well, it's a bit late to say that now. Alright. We don't have deer season or kangaroo season? Yeah, we do. But that's what I mean. It should be open season all the time on deer. We do actually have seasons for that shit. Which there shouldn't be. It should just be open season. All year. Every day. All the fucking time. Because they're fucking cunts and they kill everything. So, it's all these Greenpeace wannabe fucking Volvo driving bongo van dumb fucks that live in the city who have never actually been out in the bush a day in their life, who think they're protecting the fucking wildlife, and they're actually making shit worse. Like, a couple of years ago, we had one of the worst bushfires in Australian history. Hundreds of people died because of it. Do you know the reason? Australian bushland needs burning off every year to maintain the amount of shit that builds up in the bush. Our bushland thrives on bushfire. There's some trees and shit that don't naturally reproduce unless fire burns the fucking seeds and breaks them open. That's how it works here. We need fires to keep shit going. And one year, all these fucking tree-hugging fuckwits protested and said, you have to stop burning the forest, it's immoral, the trees have feelings, yeah. So the government were basically forced into saying, alright fine, we won't burn off this year. You know what happened? 2 months later, one of the hottest summers we've ever had. Fucking bushfire in the exact area they were protesting in, and 100 fucking people died because of it. My best mate lost his house because of the fires, because these fucking idiots wouldn't let them burn off to get rid of all the excess wood and debris on the ground. And honestly, mate, modern day greenies are fucking dumb cunts because they just talk out their ass. They don't know what they're on about most of the time. They've never done any research into the areas they're protesting in, and they just fuck things up worse for everybody else. Anyway, back to painting. What do people hunt here? Camel. Camel's open season on camel. If you ever want to shoot a camel, come to Australia. Because you don't even need a license. You can just go out there with a pointed stick and stab a camel in the throat if you want. We've actually got the world's highest population of camels, so people hunt camels, kangaroos, foxes. Foxes, I think it's open season all year as well. Another introduced species that should be eradicated. Yeah, we've got the world's highest population of camels, and that's because back when Australia was still being explored, they brought camels out here because 90% of Australia is a desert, and they thought camels would be the better way to explore it because, you know, we've been to Egypt and we found it fucking useful. So they brought camels out here, and it wasn't even that many. It was like a dozen camels or something, right? And then once they were done, they let the camels go wild because they didn't know what to do with them. Fast forward 100 years, we've got 20,000 million fucking camels running wild in the outback because of it. So, yeah, if you ever want to shoot a camel, come to Australia. What else? There's water buffalo, which I guess it's kind of like your bison. I think they're about the same size. Pardon me. What else? Yeah, I don't know. There's heaps of shit. Sorry, I'm getting really sidetracked here. Fuck, I've literally only done 2 fucking colours on this model so far. This guy doesn't have a helmet. Let's do some fucking skin colour, I guess. I'm gonna do... I can find it. Bugman's Glow is me base. Import natural camel predators. Alright, so this is going to be my base colour for the skin. Bugman's Glow. It's kind of a reddy brown. And I think this gives a really nice flesh colour. This is the same colour I used for my dwarf as the base colour. So you can see the skin on that. It'll pretty much look exactly the same in theory. Now, when you're painting faces, this is the one time I will massively circle jerk the whole thin your paints, because if you don't thin your paints when you're painting faces, they end up looking gluggy as fuck and you lose a ton of detail. So it's better to add 2 or 3 thin coats. Rah rah rah. Now, at the moment, he kind of looks like something out of fucking Blade Runner, but, you know, doesn't matter too much. Make sure I get all this neck skin. Go, that's his face done. Let's do the hands. So yeah, this is one of those times where you really do just want to take it easy, go nice and slow. And and just make sure you get in all those nice little gaps and catch everything. Reposting to get you back on track. When you're starting off and you're focusing on painting an army like this, how many should you be trying to do at once? And do you do all the base colors up on one and move on to the next, or rah rah rah? Okay, so if you're just starting off, I would suggest just painting one model at a time. Don't focus on trying to paint everything as quickly as possible. Honestly, if you've never painted anything before, spend 2-3 weeks painting 10 minis if you want. Because you will learn more doing it that way than trying to paint 4 or 5 minis a day. Just take your time and do things nice and slowly. That way you can make sure you're doing it right, or doing it how you want the first time. And then you don't have to come back later and do something different, or rah rah rah, you know what I mean? Like, don't try and start off with batch painting right out of the gate, because you're just going to get yourself in strife that way. So yeah, I'd say just stick with doing 1, maybe 2 minis a day. I mean a day as in like a 10-12 hour day sort of thing. I mean, I like everything on Twitch. Doing it on Twitch is a little bit slower because asking questions for you guys are asking questions for me. You know, there's a lot of chit chat going on, etc. So it's a little bit slower for me to do it. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure you've got it looking nice. So just take your time. Deliberately limit yourself. Even if you can knock one guy out in an hour, alright? I'm going to be extremely sus on how that one dude looks after an hour, especially if you're just a beginning painter. Because I used to do that, man. I was like, oh yeah, I can probably paint 4 or 5 guys in a day when I bought my first Age of Sigmar boxed set, right? And I thought they looked pretty good when I did them. Now I go back and look at them and I think they look terrible. So, you know, I regret trying to do things so quickly, just because I wanted to get them done. Sorry, this is Bugman's Glow. So this is your base color for the skin. Okay, I think that's all the skin. Wait, tiny little bit there. There we go. Yeah, I believe Mr. Pound It person, I think the law out here is if it's not marked, then it's most likely a wild animal. So if you see a cow with no markings or no tags or anything like that, it's probably wild, and you can shoot it as well. I believe that's the law. I'm not a hunter. My mate is. I can ask him if you're really curious about it, but I think that's how it works. Yeah, you can basically hunt whatever. Just not like kangaroos and shit. You can't. Koalas. You can't just go and shoot a koala out of the tree. Because, well, that's kind of a cunty thing to do for starters. Just gotta get my tab open here so I can see the photo you wanted me to do this shit like. Oh, sorry about that. Knocked the microphone. Alright, what I'm gonna do now. So this is pretty much all of the base colours done. That would actually be legal to use in a 3 paint minimum tabletop tourney. There's 3 different colours on the model, that would be allowed on tabletop. It looks pretty fucking terrible, but I've just started painting it. So I'm just going to do a quick recap of what we've been through so far. I know this has already been going for quite a fucking while. These are the only brushes I've used. We got a medium base brush, a small base brush, and then a small layer brush. So 3 different sizes. And I mean, you can pretty much tell what they've all been used for. 3 different colours so far. We've got these bastards here. And in a little bit, I'm actually going to go make some lunch. So it's 2 o'clock and I'm fucking hungry. I will be only 5 minutes or so. I'm just going to knock something together, eat, and then be back. So yeah. I'm not going to start a new VOD for this one. I'll just leave it going for 5 minutes. So if you're coming back to watch the VOD later, just skip ahead 5-10 minutes and you'll see me keep going. So yeah, I will be back in a few minutes, guys. Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. Alright, where were we up to? Shades, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, what colour is this bloke's hair? I'm gonna give this guy some brown hair, just because brown's kind of a nice colour. Where's the music? There's no music today because I'm doing this as a tutorial video so that I can put it online. And my Monster Cat thing isn't working, so I can't have royalty-free music. And basically, yeah, I don't want Twitch to mute the entire fucking thing because then it's pointless. So yeah, I'm sorry about the lack of music, but if you guys want to listen to music, just chuck on your own in the background. And then, yeah, you got nothing to worry about. So, either way, what I'm doing now is just painting this guy's hair. I'm using, what's this shit called? Rhinox hide as the base. Just gonna give a nice dark hair color. Now, when you're painting the hair, you can see, just show you this. Alright, so you can see there's a very fine lip around the edge of that hairline. You see it there? Now, I could just happily leave it black and it's not going to matter too much. But because I've kind of, with the Bugmans, I kind of went over the hair a little bit. So, what I'm going to do instead is just use my thin layer brush, my small layer brush, sorry. Make sure it's got a really nice point on it. And then there we go. Just add the colour to the edge of the hairline. Now what I'm doing with it, it's kind of a weird sculpt. They on one side of the face the hairline kind of sticks out and goes onto the jaw, but on the other side it doesn't, because it's a little bit of a lazy sculpt. So I'm just going to paint the hair on to look like it should. There we go. See? Now he's got a proper hairline. Just double check this on all sides. Good. Nah, Kirby, you've been super helpful, mate. If I ever stop talking, it just gets boring. That's why I'm kind of talking a lot more than I usually do. So yeah, just again, this is Rhinox hide for the base color on the hair. Now, what we're going to do is start using shades Shades are where the magic happens in painting. I'm just going to show you guys the very basic look of the model. So some people might think, oh yeah, that's good enough for tabletop, it's got the colours, rah rah rah, whatever. Well, yeah, that's true. But, now, take a look what happens once you throw some shades on. Now, the one I'm going to be using here is Agrax Earthshade. It's a nice brown shade. It's this one. And this is pretty much going just on everywhere. Absolutely everything on this model. And by everything I mean everything that we painted the Xandri dust color. So that's the yellowy brown color. Now, even though that's still wet, look at the difference that's made. It already adds, just instantly, a bunch of highlighting and differentiation between layers of clothing. Now, I'm being very thick with it because, because the Fifle asked if I can make them slightly more brown. So what I'm going to do is just one very heavy coat straight up, and then I'll go back and I'll add another slightly lighter coat afterwards. Don't worry too much if you splash it on any of the green armor, because you can just make it look like dirt or whatever, you know, make it look a little bit dirty afterwards. So you don't need to be super anal about where you're getting this shit. Just try and avoid splashing any on the skin areas for now, because that we will be using a different shade for. Alright, there is a little bit more around the neckline here. Get some in there. And on the back of the neck. Guy looks like he's wearing a fucking turtleneck. Love it. Alright, now, this actually highlights something that I didn't notice before. And you see, point at it with my brush so you know what I'm looking at. This bit here, these straps. It's actually part of his chest piece harness, which connects around here onto this belt. So when I go back later and I'll paint in all the leather colours, the strapping, you know, I've just found something that I didn't realise was there before. So there you go. That's just one shade of, one coat of shade. And look at the difference that's made already from before. You know, it's very, very heavy, which is kind of what I want. Sorry, get the brush out of the camera. In your head you were thinking the green darker and the khaki lighter. Oh, okay, well that's all good, because I've still only done the one shade, so I can do it exactly that way if you want. So, when I come to do the shading on the green, I'll do the second coat on that instead. And I don't have my... is that it? Chthonian camo? I think it's that one, which I'll be using. Is it that one? No, actually, I'm not gonna use that. A grey green and a white khaki. Okay. Greyish green. Just thinking how I can actually do that. Where's the other green that I bought? Lowers the contrast and makes the model look a little bit more boring. Yeah, well, you're right about that. No, it's all good, mate. I'll paint it exactly how you want it. I'm just thinking about how to do it. So, what I'll do... Alright, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Back to the Agrax Earthshade. I'm going to throw this all over the armour, the green armour as well. So that's the armour, the gun, everything that we've painted green so far. Throw some Agrax on it as well. This is really going to darken those greens down. Not a massive amount like if you used Nuln Oil or something like that instead, which is a black shade, but it should darken it down just enough. Pardon me. Sorry about that. A bit of a burp. Alright, so the way I'm picturing it in my head, you want greyish, a grey-green sort of armour. Are you thinking like a metallic green sort of colour? Like that? So on here, let's get this out of the way so I don't knock it. On their box art, they've got, you know, this green armor. It's all like perfectly highlighted and rah rah rah. The way I'm picturing it in my head is almost exactly the same, but a lot more battle damage, like a lot more battle worn. So it looks like green paint done over metal, if you get me. So I could highlight it, rather than highlighting it with varying shades of green, I could highlight it with silvers to make it look like it's metallic, and then do chips in the paint and shit like that. Kind of like the picture I sent. I'll go back to the photo. Okay, I get you. With the satchel and shit now, yeah. How did he paint that? It looks like... Honestly, like, there's only about 6 different colours on that entire... on all of those models. They look really cool when you're zoomed out, but when you zoom in, they are incredibly boring. Can we get a link to the reference photo? Sure. Give me a sec. Put it there. Yeah, I'll show it on screen as well. Is that gonna work? Beautiful. So, this is the photo that we're referencing. Whoops, I just moved something. What did I move? Oh god, that was my HUD, wasn't it? There we go. So you can see they look pretty nice like this, except incredibly bland. But when you zoom in on them, you can see there's legitimately only maybe 2 or 3 colours for the jackets. And they're all, you know, they're quite blended with each other. It looks realistic, because that's what camo should do. It should make you blur. But this is 40k, so... So, because even he's holding a grenade, and you can barely even fucking see the grenade in his hand, because it's all just the same color. But yeah, it looks like what he's done is he's just painted everything with lead belcher, and then just completely drowned it in black shade. I can see the green pants here now. I could do that, actually. Do you want me to do that with the pants? Do you want me to change the pant color so they are a little bit different? Reference from a throwback Death Corps. Yeah, I do remember seeing this photo when it first popped up, and because I used to think they looked really, really cool, and then I zoomed in on them, and I was like, oh wow, they're actually not that well done. You know what I could do? I could just paint... I could finish painting this guy how I'm doing it, and then when I do the next one, I could paint him in a different way, and then you could see which one you like more. Pants on the model I was working on was like the coat from the reference, and the pants on the reference are the armor color. Yeah! Yeah, so what I was saying just a second ago, if you want me to, I can change the pant color so that, and I'll hold this here and then bring back this for a second. Let me just put that out of the way. Sorry, I'm covering the chat over at the side. So, if you want me to, I can paint or repaint the pants so that they are like the can you see the mouse? Yep, beautiful, you can. I can redo the pants on this guy so they're like the pants on this guy. and that way they will be a lot more similar. The coats are still going to be the exact same as this color scheme once they're done, because you can already see they're starting to be a similar color scheme. It's just the pants are different on these ones. I think that would look quite good, actually. I'm not going to do the armor the same way he's done because it's incredibly boring. I will darken it a shitload more if you want me to, but it will be incredibly boring. But, you know, it's up to you. I will do those pants, how he's done them, though. This way. Wait. There was one good one where you could actually see the colour. Yeah. You guys can't see that now. There we go, this one. He's got like brown pants and he's kind of highlighted it with green. So... yeah, let's do that then. I think that'll make him stand out nicely. Okay, let me just get a drink of water and think about what colour I'm going to use. Pardon me. So yeah, by the look of it, he has legitimately just used a camo green, and it could just be shaded like fuck. Honestly, I think it would look quite good if I did the green pants on him. Like very dark green. They're kind of green-brown pants. But I mean, let me know now if you, before I start doing it, because I don't want to add 50 different layers of paint going back and forth, because that's going to start to look a bit shit then. Let me know now if you want me to try that. Try making the pants the same as what he did, with the very dark green. Or do you want me to just leave it? In the meantime, I will finish doing his face while I wait for an answer. Well, start doing his face rather, if I can find me shades. That's not my brush. I think green pants and armor would get redundant. So do you want me to just leave it as is? Keep going? So what I'm adding here is just some Reikland Flesh Shade. And this is just for all the skin. All the skin area gets some of this. A good, healthy coating. You really want to make sure that this gathers, especially in between the fingers, areas like the eyes, around the nose, all those sorts of parts. You can't really see that. There we go. And that's just really going to bring out the differences in the features, especially around the fingers and shit. Really want to make sure that there's some in there. So again, that's just Reikland Flesh Shade. And this is your go-to when you're doing skin. So get yourself some of that. Got a bit of a headache. Do you want me to change the armor to be brown? Yep, okay, gotcha. So, just to confirm, what I'm gonna do, I'll put this back up now. Can we zoom in on this one? Alright, so what I'm gonna do, whoop, and we'll get this zoomed in. So what I'm doing is, this trench coat color is going to be his clothing color, and the pant color, which is there, that one. This pant color is going to be the armor, right? That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. Pardon me, sorry. Super fucking gassy after eating. Yep. Beautiful. Spot on. Okay, now I know the direction I'm going. So, in that case, what we want to do... What I want to do is... wait just a bee's dick until that original shade is dry, because it's still a little bit wet, as you can see. The shade on the armor, I mean. And then I'm going to throw another one on. Because they're kind of browny green pants. In the reference photo, sorry. They're kind of browny green. So we're starting with green and working our way darker by shading. There's many different reasons why you should do this. One of the reasons is it's a lot easier to start with something dark and then work your way back up. Sorry, the other way around. It's a lot easier to start with something light and work your way towards darker than it is to start with something dark and work towards lighter. So by just going balls to the wall with the dark colours, we're basically going to make it the contrasts on it stand out a lot more. We're going to add more of this to the weaponry as well. Not too much around the Aquila. The Aquila is the Imperial Eagle. I don't want it to look like it's jumping off the fucking page. There we go. Holy fuck.
Hope this helps with the headache. Ha ha smile.
What are you doing, mate? You fucking crazy bastard. Shit, you didn't have to do that, mate. Fucking hell. Thank you so much. Oh, fucking hell. Let me give you some beers. Why is my page not showing in Australian dollars? Where is it? Settings! There we go. No, that's... yeah, no? No, that's not right. Oh my god. Kirby, did you catch that amount? It was 26 something, right? 26, 22? I think that was it. Let me give you some beers. I think that was the amount. Oh, that's bonus. I swear that's the phone number for a pizza place around the corner. Wait, did I just give too many beers or not enough? Yeah, I think I just gave you double the amount of beers I was supposed to. I don't know, mate. My head hurts. It is what it is. Either way, we shall continue. Just give me a second. Oh, fuck. You know what? I'm actually going to grab some Panadol. Aspirin, whatever you want to call it. Because my head legitimately just started fucking smashing. So I will be back again, sorry, in just a second. Whoops. There we go. Oh yeah, so sorry if I get a bit quiet now. I'm just going to wait for those Panadol to kick in. Alright, so you can see that second shade of brown that I added. It's already started to darken it down a lot more. What I could actually do is make a wash. Pardon me. Fucking hell. I think I might actually do that, eh? If I make a wash, a brown wash. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm spacing out a bit. What we're gonna do while we wait for it to dry is start painting silvers. So you want to grab some lead belcher. This is pretty much your go-to silver paint. It's kind of a dark silver. It looks super metallic. And now I've lost my paintbrush. Hey, there it is. And here we go. So this is pretty much for... I think this is going to be most of the bits I haven't actually touched on yet. So the good thing about this silver too, by the way, is it is a base coat, a base color. So you can water it down quite a bit and still end up with really thick color. So what I'm doing is just very carefully running my brush along the edge, and this is to grab all of the teeth as well as the little chain gear bits in between the teeth. I have a look at the front of the blade, see if I've missed any bits, and then just run the brush along this way as well to grab all them. Put the brush down in between each one of the teeth, and there you go, job done. Now we want to do all the other metallics. So we want to do the gun barrel. What do we got here? Gun barrel. We've got... do the little magazine. Hang on, I just realised something. Whoop, sorry, knocked the camera with the box. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Yeah, we'll paint the magazine silver. Because it kind of looks nice. Makes the gun stand out a little bit more. Now, when I paint my weaponry, I usually do... I kind of have like a spot system going. So, you got your main body on the weapon, I have that one color. Then I have spots all over the weapon that kind of centralize the color. And what I mean by this is, I'll just show you again with one of my Pride Marines. So you can see you got your central blue color, and then all over the mini, all over the weapon, silver, 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 silver handle, which you can only just see, and then there's a tiny bit of silver just at the back here, which I highlighted on the edge of it, and that's to try and frame the main color of the gun. I've talked about in other streams, I've talked about using color to set up a scene. I'm just going to do another quick explanation of what I mean by this. So, miniatures, try and think of it as a flat painting, right? Every single mini you look at, it's not going to look the same from every angle. For example, that angle does not look quite as cool as that angle, or that angle, or, you know, that angle. There's certain angles that some miniatures are designed to look good in. Same shit here. I'll just use my Gaunt Summoner as another example. The Gaunt Summoner looks the best when you see it from one of these angles, because it is designed to look that way. If you look at a Gaunt Summoner from that angle, for example, it looks fucking shit. It's still interesting from that angle, this angle here, but it's not as interesting as that angle. So, what does any of this shit mean? Basically, what it means is that good miniatures are designed to try and draw your focus to one point. Everything on this miniature does that. Look at all the curvature of it. It doesn't matter where you look on this mini, what point your eyes are drawn to initially, the curvature of the model makes your eyes focus up and around to here. Even start up here. The curvature of the staff, you follow everything around, it's forcing your eyes back this way. Or even if it doesn't do that exactly, if you were drawn here for some reason and you follow it down, you're following the staff. The staff leads you across the base, which then leads you back to here to come up to the center of focus, which is this whole area. Everything in the mini does that from this angle. So when you're painting something, let's just look at, do I have something that I haven't painted? Let's just pretend I'm looking at this guy, completely unpainted. He is supposed to be holding a gun as well, so let's just pretend he's got a gun. The center of focus would be, you know, the main body here. This is kind of a bad example because it's a bit of a shit mini, but you know, the weapon would stand out a bit because it's being held so high. So you'd follow the axe head. It would draw you down to the arm to here. So you'd want the center of focus to be here. When he's holding the bolter, the center of focus actually is drawn straight out and across. It's a very aggressive, it's an aggressive center of focus. It's pointing away from the miniature rather than inward. So it's a little bit different. But anyway, that's kind of going off track. The point I'm trying to make is most well-made minis will have that center of focus, and generally you want to try and paint the mini to keep that center of focus going. You don't want the miniature's center of focus to be the opposite of the color's center of focus. So it's kind of a bad example because they're just guardsmen, Imperial guardsmen, and they're all pretty much the same. But when you're looking at this guy, I'll just hold him in some different angles and you guys can see what the best angle is. I think probably that one is the most eye-catching, around about that angle. And it's a very similar sort of story. The center of focus is going to be his weapon because it's very aggressive, it's pointed outwards away from his body, whereas everything else is drawn into his body. You see, even the way his legs are curved, they are going in to his center of mass, which is the center of focus, apart from this. This is the aggressive part of the model. So generally, you want to try and paint this part of the model to be the center of focus. None of this shit, because all of the action is happening here. And if I was to paint it kind of opposite that, make this gun the center of focus rather than that, your eyes would constantly be drawn backwards and forward between these two, because this is naturally the way you're going to try and be looking, but the center of color focus is going to be drawing you to the gun. So if you're trying to paint something to be eye rapey, like a lot of the stuff I do is kind of like that deliberately, then go ahead and do it. But it's kind of, I'm just going to use my guy as an example again. You can see my guys, most people would think this is eye rape, but just because of the colors, bright blue, bright pink, and then fucking rainbows, right? But it still follows the same principle. Everything is drawn up to the center of focus, which is the gun, and then outwards. That's it. There's nothing else on the miniature when you're looking at it from the angular focus, the angled focus point. There's nothing else on there that draws your eye away from the gun. See, you've only got the black, purple, and blue, which kind of blends with the gun, and it still draws your focus this way in an aggressive maneuver. So try and keep it's a little bit complicated what I'm trying to say, and it's also a little bit bullshit. Some people just say, "Ah, that doesn't fucking matter at all. Just paint whatever, rah rah rah." But it's true. That's just how your brain works. Yeah. Fuck off, Kirby. You fucking wanker. What colour do you want me to do the Aquila? Aquilas? I think there's more than one. There is. What colour do you want me to do the Aquila for this? Aquilas for this guy. Do you want them to be silver as well? Or do you want them to be white? Or some other colour? I was going to do them white, so that once I've done the pants and shit, the Aquila will kind of blend in with it. White sounds good. Beautiful. That's alright, that gives me a chance to talk about painting white colours on top of dark surfaces. So, generally speaking, you should never just paint straight white on top of a dark colour, black or brown or whatever you've done as your base, because it's going to look shit. So, what you want to do, first of all, and get some water on my brush, what you want to do is work your way up through shades of grey. So this is just a slightly off white that I'm adding at the moment. See, just on there. Holy shit, the Aquila on these guardsmen is fucking tiny compared to the marine ones. There's another one there. I think he had one on the sword. Yeah, there we go. So again, thin your paints, boys and girls. So there we go. That was Ulthuan. Ulthuan? Ah, fucking this one. Uthi Grey. It's that shit. And then what I'm going to do is add the white scar as a highlight, but not yet. What I'm going to do now is use some Nuln Oil. Oh shit, sorry, I'm missing something. Bliggy painting something. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. This is Grey Knights, yeah? I like the eyes that you've done on it. They look fucking crazy. And you've done like a massive sub-assembly, which is awesome. Good on ya. Shading with different silvers. Second model I've ever painted. That's really cool, man. Good on ya. That's coming along really well. Lots of blue tack and cut up paper clips. That's the spirit. If you want, I'll actually show you I'll show you guys how to do sub-assemblies properly on the next model, because this one didn't really need it. But yeah, anyway, so now what I'm doing is I'm adding some Nuln Oil over all the Aquila stuff that I just painted. And this is to just try and help those little cracks in the wings stand out a Beesdick more. And also the skull, which you can see here. Oop, there we go. The eyes on the skull, rather. You don't want to be too heavy with this shit, because these Aquila really are not deep at all, so, you know, literally only one drop of that Nuln Oil was needed to do like all of that shit. But you can see now they don't stand out quite as much, which is kind of what we were going for. I'm going to go back and finish those later though, sorry, because I haven't actually done the armor yet. Sorry, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, a bit sidetracked. Alright, so now we've got that second shade of green is done. What I'm gonna do is actually, with this armor, because I've added 2 really heavy coats of Agrax Earthshade to it to darken it down, the first highlight stage I'm going to use is actually the original colour that I base coated it with. And that's because, well, basically, you know, the base colour is pretty much gone now. It's almost a brown green rather than just a straight green colour. So what I'm going to do is just make sure fuck me, this stuff tastes awful. Just make sure I got a nice thin tip on this, and then I'm just going to go around all the edges of the green armor and just give them slight highlight. Now, pretty much everybody out there is going to have their own methods and their own set of rules for highlighting things. I like to do things in a sort of cartoony style so that everything kind of, you know, jumps out a bit. And to do this, I highlight every edge initially. So let's just get all this shit done. What? Key lime again. Good on you, mate. Thank you so much. That is a massive post. Fuck. Thank you so much, mate. Alright, so you guys can see, I don't know if you can actually see that on camera. It's only made a bee's dick difference in the colour, but that slight highlight, it does actually work. Resurrected Hobbyist. Cheers for the follow, mate. Alright, so that's that colour green. Oh, there's my other one. Fuck me. Now what we're doing is we're going, it's the same style of green, the same fucking style. Fuck me. It's the same tone, the same it's in the same colour family, right? This is a very dulled out camo style green. This one is too. It's just slightly brighter. So I'm going to use this to do my primary edge highlighting. So with this one, again, we're just going to go on all the main edges of the armor. And some parts we're just going to go a little bit thicker than others, just to make it look that little bit extra worn. So what I'm going to do there, there is cool. Cheers for the follow, mate. I'm sorry if I fucked up your name there. Red Ghost, cheers for the follow. Alright, so, yeah, that one only plays if it, the Thomas thing only plays if it's, I think it's 10 or 15 people that get hosted. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I've got really watered down paint here. What I'm going to do is just add tiny little lines. Dark Comedy, cheers for the follow, mate. Good on ya. Tiny little lines of varying sizes. Fuck, that one was a bit thick. It's all good. You see that? Now it's starting to make it look a little bit worn. It doesn't matter if I fuck this up, because I can actually fix this in just a second before I do my next color. But that's the general idea of highlighting. You're bringing, you're enforcing the difference between one color and the base color. And doing this sort of shit, it really makes stuff pop. Nissu, cheers for the follow, mate. And that's how people always ask me, how do you get your pink marines to stand out so much? That's exactly how I do it. It's exactly the same shit. I've got incredibly dark shades on one part and then super bright highlights on the next, and that's why they stand out. You just keep pushing the highlights, keep pushing the colors, push the contrast. That's all it is. Do I game, or is it just commission? I used to play, but I haven't played in fucking ages, mostly because my local games workshop is mostly 40k stuff, and I don't have a massive 40k army. It's like half a dozen Space Marines at the moment, so so yeah, I don't really play anymore, because I'm more into the fantasy stuff. Not enough cursing today? Get fucked. What are you talking about, mate? That's alright, do whatever. So yeah, I'm just gonna continue the highlights. Ooh, actually, a good show for what I'm doing. Similar highlights to this guy. That's pretty much what I'm gonna end up doing with the highlights on that. Because they are pretty much the same now that I look at them. You know what? They are incredibly fucking similar. I swear they just copy-pasted the model. Looking to sell 3,000 points of Blood Ravens? Fuck that shit, mate. Nah, no thanks. Thanks for the offer, but nah. If they're unpainted, maybe I'll take them. play a game with the Kappa Marines. Yeah, see how much I get neck bearded in a shop for doing that. If I ever did do that, I'd film it for you guys, just so you can see how fucking bad some people are. I need more water. Lord Wedge, cheers for the follow, mate. It's starting to get really warm. This blue tack is melting under my fingers. Alright, so now I'm just going to be adding, same as what I was doing with the shoulders, right? I'm just adding little nicks and scrapes. So just, quick little lines here and there to just kind of make it look like the armor is well used. Generally, if you're going to do shit like this, just use very watered down paint and just do a quick stroke. It doesn't matter if you... I'll just show you with a clean brush. Just say I wanted to add some more scratches to this chest piece, right? Take your brush, make sure it's nice and clean, and just go once, really quick, right? It doesn't matter if you sit there and you stroke over it 35 times trying to get that one streak to actually hit it. Do that. I mean, you guys have seen me do that before. I'll sit there doing like this until I actually get the stroke on the paint. You don't want to just fumble fuck it and do one massive blob that just bukakis the model, because then you'll fuck it up. So, anyway, now we've just got to highlight the back edges of the armor. Also, if you're trying to get a nice lighted effect, try and keep all your highlights appearing as if they're coming from the one direction. So, because my main lamp is over this way, you guys can see the light coming off of it. My main lamp is over this direction, which is up here, past the camera. I generally try and have most of my highlights coming in at the models from this side. So I'll do a lot more highlighting on the model's left-hand side, usually. Fuck me. Need to treat it like putting in golf? Yeah, exactly. That's a really good analogy, actually. Some people, they sit there and they just swing past the golf ball 25 times until they're ready to actually hit it. Fucking do that. Do whatever works for you. I mean, that shit works for me, so why not? Pinhead Painting. Cheers for the follow, mate. Cheers for the host, I mean. Fuck me. Sorry about that. So it's the same principle with weaponry. Doesn't matter if it's weaponry or clothing or armor or fur or whatever. If you generally have your highlights coming all from the one direction, it will usually end up looking just a little bit more realistic. Couldn't English today either. Mate, I'm Australian, so I can't English any day of the week, according to most of you. Fucking say you speak English, but you don't. Unbelievable. Alright, now thank you for the following. This is an ongoing work in progress. Right, progress. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a blog? I'm not going to sit there and read a blog. Sorry. Let's get a few more highlights around here. Actually, what I'm going to do with this chainsword, I'm going to paint it in the same way that I did my my bolters, my Space Marines. So basically, when I painted these guys, I got 2 different color blues on here. So I'd painted all the base coat of this darker blue, then I threw a blue shade over it, and I came back and repainted all the areas where there was a bit too much shade, and then I painted the lighter colors onto it. I'm going to do that exact same thing with the chainsword here, just to make it look a bit different. That way it'll still have the nice dark highlight, the nice dark shaded bits on all the edges and the cracks and the fucking bolts and whatnot. But it's not going to look as well blended as the armor, which is a lot flatter, if that makes sense. Pardon me. So wait a minute. That's not the right fucking color. Fuck me. Ah, that's alright. I've got the link up there. I'm just not going to read it on stream because I'll be sitting here reading for 45 minutes and everyone will be like, fucking paint something, you mong. So I'll read it when I'm not streaming, you know what I mean? Man Festival. You filthy cunt. I love it. Okay, so what I'm doing, just so I can have those 2 different colors on the weapon, I'm now painting the raised area with the same color that I used to highlight the edges of this armor. So this is Lauren Forest. Lauren? No. And I'm trying to avoid painting all the edges, the joins, the gaps and shit, so that there's still shade in there. That nice dark shade that we did before. go. So you can already see that's added, rather than being all one color, just that one slightly different part has made the chainsaw jump out already. And that's just one fucking color difference. I haven't even highlighted this cunt yet. So alright, so that's that. Now what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to go slightly off tap. So I'm just going to move the paints so I can see what I'm working with. I think that might be a little bit too blur. Yes, blur is a proper word. Striking green, maybe? Oh yeah, that's a lot better. That's a lot more camoed. So there you go. They're going to be my 3 different highlight colours. I do have Deathworld Forest, but I think that's a little bit too brown. Actually, I'm going to keep that aside too. Because he did say he wanted it a browny green. So I'll keep that aside, and I might sponge some of that shit on. So, there's a Games Workshop painting video for how to do these guys, and they basically stop there with the armor highlights, right? They just leave it as is. They don't go any further, even though I know for a fact they add about 4 or 5 different fucking colors to each highlight. So what I'm doing is adding one more. More grey, not brown. Don't worry, I'll get there. I have to do that bit. What's the name of the parts? Cunt 1, cunt 2, cunt 3. So with this, we're just doing very small absolute edge highlights. So all the pointiest parts of the armor, throw a bit of this on. Do a few, water the paint down a lot again. We'll do a few more little lines, just very tiny amounts. Fuck, that was too much. So that's a good thing about watering down the paint a lot. You probably saw me just then, but I actually added a little bit too much, and I was instantly able to just clean my brush and wipe it away. Didn't leave a mark, so that's why you want to use watered down paints most of the time, but all of the time. Whoop. battle damage to this shit. That nice gab happening, and then we'll go back and fully highlight this, I was going to call it a bolter, chainsword. So again, just doing these super bright highlights on the very pointiest parts of the sword. You can see it a bit more from that angle. Now what we want to do is use our watered down paint again. Just add a few little nicks and scratches across the top of this, just very, very gently. Make it look like it's been through some shit. Same thing along the sides. Don't need to be too fancy with it, just literally a swipe here, a scrape there, whatever you want to do. Make it look like the thing has been used. And it just adds all the more detail to it. And I'm a dumb cunt and I forgot to do his las pistol. So, we're now going to go back to the last colour we were using. Fuck me. So we're good. This thing should only take a second. Go. Before I do that, I'm going to finish the silvers on the guns that I got distracted from doing. Guns? Gun. Forgot I was halfway through doing this shit. Just kind of stopped. So there's this little metal pipe that runs along the top of the... I keep wanting to call it a bolter, but it's not. It's a... I'm pretty sure it's a las pistol. Unless I changed the name of the things. Adding some little different spots to it now. Do some metallics. There we go. Las pistol? Alright, cool, it is a las pistol. Las meaning laser, right? I'm assuming that's still part of the thing, part of the lore. Alright, let's get these bright highlights on here. doesn't need to be too swish. It's literally just to add some fucking color differentiation between the different layers. Night Titan, let's have a look at that. Sounds interesting. Fuck off, Facebook. To see more, you need to sign. Fuck off. Sorry, I don't have a Facebook account, and it loaded like 3 photos, and then the page closed. It's like big pop up. Yeah, create a Facebook account. Get fucked. I'm not making a Facebook account. So I saw a few of the photos. Do you have an Imager thing? Yeah, where was that? Bo, making it rain. Good on ya. The Aquila, that's what I was going to do. So you can see the different little Aquilas everywhere. Yeah, if I can get the focus going. Wait, there we are. There's the tiny little one on his chest piece. The shade is now dried on it. There's the one on the gun. And there's the semi-decent sized one here on the chainsword. What I'm going to do now is do the actual white on them. So if you remember, we started out with a base coat of slightly off-white. And then we put the Nuln Oil over that. And now we're going to use actual white. Just a bee's dick of it to bring out the fact that, you know, it's white. So these are going to be tiny little highlights. And this is White Scar. You know, generally speaking, Games Workshop whites are incredibly fucking gluggy, so you will definitely want to water this shit down, because they are an absolute fucking cunt otherwise. And just be really, really careful with this, because I guarantee you I'm gonna fuck something up still. Okay, Akka, cheers for the follow, mate. So I'm just being super careful trying to do this. I'm basically just pinpointing those feathers on. You can see from there it looks pretty okay. But, you know, close up you can see it's there's basically none of the Aquila that's actually visible. It is such a tiny fucking thing. Come on. There we are. There we go. Pretty sure that's okay. Let me get a little look on that for you. So you can see the feathers are each individually done now on the wings. So it's a little bit better looking than what it was. It's kind of harder to see the shit on the chest one because it's so fucking small. That one's okay. At the end of the day, you look at it from more than a foot away and I mean you can still see it's an Aquila and it still stands out. So it's okay. I think what I'll do next is the pants and shit. The pants and the shirt and whatnot. So I'm just gonna check this look on the pants for you. Hang on, I'll bring this up again. So that's what we were aiming for, the colours anyway. Sorry. Get the focus going. So the colours we wanted were similar to that for the armour. Now it is a little bit more brown on here. So for the armour, no, it's a little bit more green on my one. But I think it still looks very similar. Let me get this focus going again. Whoop. Get that out of the way. There you go. It still looks very similar. Like they could happily be next to each other and be considered in the same army, I think. But, you know, this is just my interpretation of whoever painted that other one. I've got no idea who did it. So if somebody knows, feel free to shout out the name from that reference photo. Yeah, so what we're doing now is the clothing. Fuck me. What do I want? I'm gonna go with some Karak, maybe, and then some. No, where's Mushabti? Wait, fuck, close that pot before it goes troppo. They're all very similar. Put that back, maybe take some flayed one. What's that colour like? Ah, that's still very fucking similar. Screaming Skull, maybe? That's slightly whiter. Put a beard on him, will look like me when I'm angry. You reckon? Now, what's this cunt look like? I don't know, mate. He's got a bit of a potato face. Are you calling me a fucking potato? You Irish cunt. Alright. What I'm gonna do is... Oh, actually I got this. That's better. That's what I'll do. Get rid of the Screaming Skull. So I've got me Xandri Dust base coat. Maybe let's just have a look at the reference again. If he didn't see me as a potato, he'd see me as a liquor bottle. I love it. Oh, fuck. A giant bug on legs. What a legend. Okay, sorry, getting distracted again. So, what we're doing now, this was all a base coat of Xandri Dust. So, what I'm going to do now, I've done the Xandri Dust base, I've put Agrax Earthshade over the top of it. Now what I'm going to do is use very watered down Xandri Dust and basically just try and bring up the brightness on some areas of the clothing. So this is going to be pretty much all the leg areas around the knees, you know, parts where the cloth has been kind of pulled tight against the body, anywhere where the sun is going to be hitting it from. So, you know, edges of clothes, all of the model's left-hand side, like I was talking about before, because that's the direction my light comes from, so that's where I like to do my highlights. Shit like that. You don't want to go too Burko, that's why I'm using very watered down stuff, very watered down paint. It's because I'm basically glossing this on top. So I can get a nice casual faded blend into the rest of the paint without too much effort. What? What's going on? Who's what? Legs are on backwards? What are you looking at? Hang on. This photo's taking a dog's year to load. I have no idea what those models are. Are they actually on backwards? I got no fucking clue. You tell me. So again, we're just gonna slightly fade this out to be darker across the model's right hand side. That will give that nice, not faded appearance, but highlighted appearance, I guess, on one side over the other. A little bit more here so it stands out. I want this side to be a little bit brighter. Sorry, I'm kind of concentrating at the moment, so I'm not super talkative. You guys feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I will be more active in just a moment. Just want to get all this shit done properly. There we go. So you said you wanted the clothing to be like nice and bright, alright? Like a bright khaki color? Or is this too bright for you? I've got the Thomas the Tank Engine song stuck in my head now. What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay. Just get a bit more around here. You might be wondering, why is he licking his brush? The reason I'm doing that, every time I've stuck the brush in my mouth so far, I've basically been, I guess I'm cleaning it. I do have a jar of water here that I clean it in, but I'm also kind of pulling the tip of the brush into a point with my mouth, so, you know, just like that. This helps you keep a little bit more brush control. It also lets you help keep control of the amount of moisture that's on the bristles. Like if I just stuck it in the water and left it like that, you can see I haven't done anything. All I did was stick it in the water there. Look at what's happened to the brush. I can wipe it, right, and try and roll it into a point, and that'll do the same thing. Goes to a nice point. Let's show you that again. Water, or I can just do this. Job done, just as quick. I don't have to fuck around rolling it and trying to get it nice and fucking even and all this shit. I'm not going to fuck up my workspace because I don't really have that much workspace here. So that's why I do that, just to keep control of the bristles. Least convenient, or least convincing definition of a gobby. What a bloke. See, I swear Jan just comes in here to stir me up, and then he fucks off immediately after he's made me upset. Let's finish this shit along the back. Also, let's get some more colour along the leg here. To be fair, I do the same to him. Well, this is true. I mean, I haven't come into his stream yelling lately. I think that's because I haven't really been drinking much lately. Because usually every time I'd go into Jan's stream, you know, it's like I've finished my stream for the day, and then I've had a few beers, so I'm like feeling good. I'm like, let's go stir up Jan, because he loves it. And then I might be able to get a game of Blood Bowl out of him. Doesn't work all the time though, because he's a little bit smarter than I am, and he generally refuses most of the time. Which is probably the smart thing to do. That way it doesn't end up... what was it last time we played? I think it was like fucking 2 o'clock in the morning. We were getting pissed off our tits, swearing at each other, playing Blood Bowl. Fuck me, it was fun though. So I do actually want a little bit more here. It's not quite as bright as the other knee. Just a little bit across the elbow here. There we go. Now I need to highlight this cloth. What? Sad that I missed your impression? Had a mighty chunder in the thunder bucket. What the fuck? Thunder box, mate. Thunder box. Gobby fuck oath wallaby Fosters. You fucking cunt, Kirby. Oh, I love it when you guys try and do Aussie impressions. It's really fucking funny. Okay, so just to recap what I've just done, I wasn't adding a different colour there. What I was doing, I'm just going to say it again, I was Xandri Dust, then Agrax Earthshade. That's all this has been so far. And I've just basically done really light, is it washing? Not washing. Glazing? Layering with really watered down Xandri dust. So that, because, I mean, this is a pretty dark colour anyway, throw the Agrax on top of it and it goes darker, right? So then if you're throwing that back on top of it, the Xandri dust is obviously going to be lighter. So I didn't need a secondary colour here. It's all just the same colour. And yet, this knee part looks lighter than the inside of the leg where there's no light reaching it. See the same thing on the arse end here. The inside of the leg there is a fuckload darker than the light hitting parts. That's all it is. Now I'm actually going to do the highlighting with lighter colours. So, with this, holy shit, this paint is gluggy. Fuck me. It's like I'm painting with honey or something. So with this, I'm just going to do it on the very pointiest parts. So, the bits where the cloth is all folded up. Doing it on there, across the flat part of the knee as well. Slightly up the leg, just a little way. I'm just going to blend that in to the darker area there. Just add a beesdick more highlighting around here. We want most of it on the arse end, because that's where the light's coming from. So this is pretty much just on the edges of stuff and all the flat pieces that are showing in the light. Same process, just a little bit around the front here. Let's add a bit more water to this. That nice bright colour coming through now. Just highlighting the folds in the material. Not too much more than that. So you can see what I was doing there, I had a bit too much paint on the brush, so I was just kind of drying it off a little bit. I guess you could call it semi-dry brushing, but it's not really. I was just controlling the amount of paint that was on the brush. pretty much all. There we go, that's good, that's alright. Sorry guys, I'm not really paying attention to chat now because I've already gone a lot longer than I would have thought for this, so I'm trying to just focus at the moment so I don't get too distracted again. Not saying you guys are distracting me, it's just apparently I'm easily distracted. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Alright, alright, alright. Tell me your thoughts on weak beer and or religion. Fuck, mate. You really are trying to give me a fucking heart attack, aren't you? Just gonna do a bit more Xandri dust across this part of the chest, because I forgot to do it before and it really had nothing on it. Okay, either way, you can see I need to do a little bit on this leg still, but you can see the different colours coming out on his khakis now. Khakis, khaki pants. They've gone nice and bright white, almost, it's kind of similar to, I want to call it the old Afrika Korps from World War II. They had almost like desert sand whitey khaki coloured clothing. That's kind of what this guy looks like at the moment. It's a little bit brighter than the box bullshit, but you know, we weren't going for full box art style here. It's a bit different. So yeah, I just need to do this leg now. That's not the colour I want. How do you blokes say it? Is it khaki? As in like car keys? Or khaki? I've heard people argue for both ways of saying it, but khaki just sounds fucking dumb to me. There is no R. See, that's just Aussie accent though. I'm not actually trying to say an R. That's just how we pronounce shit. There you go. There's some Aussie learning for you. We say our A's. In most words, we pronounce our A's with a slight R sound on them. That's why when you hear Aussies say things like castle, it has an R sound in it, because you say car-sol. That's just how language works, boys. See, even in my head, I know what you're trying to say, I think. But when I'm reading that, it still says car key. Because that's just how it works in my brain, you know? I'm Aussie, I fucking say an R on it. Alright, I think that's highlighted enough for that layer. Starting to get a pretty good blend with that. I might go touch it up a bit more later. I don't want it to be too white straight up. So we're just going to leave it as is. That was Ushabti Bone, by the way. I completely forgot to tell you that. Abi Shkut. Cheers for the follow, mate. Good on ya. So I'm pretty sure me Twitch alerts has just fucked itself. I got like fuck all sound happening now, and I don't know why. But hey, it is what it is. Fuck, that's way too white. Maybe this was not a good idea. I think I can actually leave it as is. Just do tiny little highlights like this. This is Pallid Witch Flesh that I'm adding, but honestly you don't really need it. Is it Pallid Witch Flesh? Yeah, it is. Pallid Witch Flesh. Just, I really don't think you're going to need this though if you do this yourself, because it's already super well highlighted. So this might be a bit of overkill. Castle is a compound word. It used to be cunt arsehole. It was used to describe the resident therein. Over many centuries, people shortened it to castle, which is how we reached the present day term castle. You fucking legend, Zath. I love it. Alright, so next up I'm going to do some fine details for the clothing. So I'm just going to have a look at something. Yeah, okay, That's what I thought it was. So fine details. Sorry, this last color I said to use, don't even bother with it because you don't need it. Like, I know I did put a few little highlights of it on, but you don't need it, honestly. So if you're still writing down your paint list while you're following this, don't bother with that one. Next though, you want Mournfang Brown. This is pretty much my go-to paint for doing leather and shit like that. This is the same one that made me blow a fucking gasket during my charity stream. This is the one that packed up on me and just turned into a dried lump of dog shit. So there's actually not that much I need to do with this. It's just a few little straps here and there. So I've got one on the pants there. Oops, two. And what I'm gonna do, oi, fucking cunt. Just paint his belt with this shit as well. Just be a bit careful if you're doing this in the same order, because I've done it a little bit backwards. Should have done this belt first because it's not as fiddly this way around. Go. Brown leather belt. Oh, what I'm also going to do is paint the grip on the chainsword. I usually do these quite a bit darker, but you know, this time I'm going to do it with just the brown. Okay, I think that's all good, that's all good. I'll figure out what colour to do the boots and shit later on. I think I may actually need to do some more green on the armour. Now what we're going to use is our Agrax Earthshade again, and just go over all that leather that we've done. I'm going to use the exact same brush, just a small layer brush, just so I can get it exactly where I want it, and I'm not going to spill over onto the areas that I've already painted, because this shit will leak like a fucking Greek politician, and you do not want to be fucking up the stuff that you've spent ages painting, so just be very careful with it. Just a little bit here on the pant pocket leg thing. Hey, thanks Firebrush. Good on you, mate. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty alright. It's getting there. It'll look a bit better once I've done the face, because he won't look like a fucking spud, but you know, we'll get there. At least if I get all the big stuff out of the way, it looks half finished, so alright, now I just need to wait for that to dry. Now, next colour, I'll just show you guys my leather process. So, do this as the base. Sorry. So I got Mournfang Brown as the base, and I always do Agrax Earthshade, edge highlight it with Scrag Brown, and then just an absolute bee's dick of Tau Light Ochre on the very edges of the leather, and it will make it look incredibly good. Like, you can even do tiny little streaks all across the leather, and it'll give it a sort of cracked leather look with that Tau Light colour, Tau Light Ochre. I'm just trying to... There you go. Some of the leather straps that I did on this guy, that's exactly how I did them. It just makes the leather kind of really contrast, especially against darker background colours. So, that's what we're going to be doing here. But, again, first of all, you're going to want your Scrag Brown. Not too much. I mean, it's literally just to do an edge highlight on 3/5 of fuck all. So, you know, pick some edges, throw some paint on, job done. Don't even have to do all of them, just literally pick a few edges and highlight them with this. Some top edges maybe, anything that really points outwards, something that looks like it's going to catch the sun. Throw some of this on it, that's all you need. Just be very careful while you're doing it though, because you know, it can be quite a cunt. So go. Well, you can even see that from there already, just the tiny little highlight with that Scrag Brown. I might even... Yeah, I'm not even going to use the Tau Light Ochre on it. I think that'll make it look a bit weird. I did forget to do the leather on the chainsword though, on his handle, so I'm going to add the shade for all that now. Clean that up a bit. Back to the Scrag Brown. And we just want absolute fuckteenth of a paint job on each of these little bits on the handle. There we go. That's it. Sorry, what's next? We've got our silver, we've got our silvers done. Alright. We're going, I completely forgot to do this before with the silvers, but we're going to shade some of the silvers. So, again, we've got our Nuln Oil, the black shade, and we're just going to put this kind of liberally over anywhere we did silver paint before. So that's the pistol handle, the pistol grip, whatever you want to call it. We've got bee's dick on his belt here. I don't think that's going to matter too much. Just some of it down the length of the blades. This is just going to darken up all those silvers and make them look nice and gritty. Once it's dry, stuck my finger in the fucking pot like a nufty. Oh my fucking god. Okay, that's pretty much it for his body. I'll just bring this shit in so you can see. There we go. Get rid of the brush so you can hear me. So that's pretty much all of the body done. You got the main color scheme on there. It's all fairly well highlighted. I need to do the boots, the head, and the hands. And that's about it. Ah, you off, Firebrush? No workers, man. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping in. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'll actually leave the face and the hands until... I'll do them tomorrow, because that headache is back and I kind of want to just relax for a bit. I might continue after dinner, actually, and that way you can just watch the VOD when you wake up. For now, I am going to keep streaming, but I'm just going to play some games or something, because I don't want to fuck something up by accident. But yeah, I hope you're liking the colours I've gone with so far. I know it is pretty much what's on the box. It is still very green armour, but when I do the boots, I'm going to do dark brown boots for you, so there will be that slight brown look. I know it's not exactly what you wanted, but it's close, I hope. On the bright side, there's the box art, and whoop, there you go, there's one of mine. So it's not finished yet. It's getting there though. Where in Oz am I? I'm in Victoria. Yeah, Kirby, that's fuck, who's doing it? It's Extra Life, not Extra Life, Extra History or some shit like that, right? They're the ones doing it. I saw that pop up and I was so excited, because Kirby knows I love Ned Kelly. He's like a big hero of mine. Because I'm one of those people that thinks he was more on the side of right than wrong. And I'm really excited that they're doing an actual historic view on him. So yeah, I'm going to put this guy down just for now. I will continue him again tomorrow, and it probably will be a shorter video. I will tomorrow be going through basing of shit as well. So I'm not going to do anything too flash. I'm probably just going to do a battlefield look. So lots of dirt, some rubble. Maybe he did send me this reference photo with barbed wire on the bases, so I might do some of that. You know, I'll make it up as I go, just pretty much like with everything else. But yeah, should I keep streaming? I don't know. Do you guys want me to keep streaming? Is anybody else streaming? I'll just see if anyone else is streaming first of all. If someone else is streaming, I'll give them a host. This way I can end this VOD because it's actually drawn on for quite a fucking bit. Wait, I just missed something. Cuzbag, cheers for the follow, mate. Good on ya. Why is the new thing so hard to fucking navigate? Oh my God. I hate this new layout for shit. There we go. Alright, Melon is streaming again, so I'll probably just end up hosting him. Could always play some Regicide. That's like Warhammer chess, basically. That is kind of fun, that game. Gonna need a refresher on who Ned Kelly is. Names are not your strong suit. Suit? I'm assuming you meant suit. What is he known for? Yeah, basically he was a bushranger. So the super simplified version of who he was kind of our version of Robin Hood, I guess. To me, though, personally, the reason I look up to him is not because of all the bad shit that he did, but because of the fact that he pretty much created what became the thought of an Australian fair go, and it really bothers me that fair go, well, like, our country is becoming more and more American. Don't take that as an insult to you Yanks who are in here, but it really does bug me because our country used to be a lot better. But we're becoming more American with our daily lives, and the Aussie way of have a fair go has kind of disappeared now, and I really hate that fact. And it was pretty much shit like the Eureka Stockade and Ned Kelly, they pretty much, you know, created that whole thing. Yeah. But he was pretty famous because he used to like roll into banks and he'd be wearing like 90 kilos of like steel plate armor. So anytime he got shot, you know, he invented bulletproof armor basically. Like much before Kevlar and all this shit was invented. Like he legitimately just took like pieces off of railroad train boiler engine things. He just like took pieces of that and strapped it to himself and made armor, and him and the rest of the Kelly gang would walk into banks or just like stroll through town wearing it, and everyone would instantly just drop their shit and hand it over. Like most of the time they didn't even have to shoot people. They would just rock up wearing this armor and people knew who they were. At one stage, he was also the most wanted man in the world. He had the highest bounty on him ever up until that stage. It was basically enough to buy your own state in Australia. You could buy enough land with the bounty they had on him to pretty much control like an entire state worth of property. So yeah, that's Ned Kelly. Look him up. Anyway, yeah, sorry for talking so long. Thank you for sticking with me today, guys. This part of the VOD has gone on about 4 hours now. I'm gonna go cook myself some dinner. I will be back tomorrow to finish it off, where we'll get the skin tones and all that shit done, and the boots and whatnot. So I hope this has been slightly useful for you guys. In the meantime, we're going to give Melon a host. That's it, Kirby. That's it, mate. But yeah, thank you for all the donations today, guys. You really didn't have to do that. I mean, I love getting donations because that's kind of how I make money. But yeah, as I said, this was done for a commission project, so if you guys would like to commission me to do something, feel free to do so. You've seen what I've been working on today. There's this guy that I worked on the last few days. This was kind of just a personal thing that I wanted to do because I never painted a lizard before. I got this guy who's not quite finished yet, but this is also a commission piece. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of this guy. You can see all the nice funky bits on him. Yeah. If you want to commission me, send me a whisper or an email. You can catch my email. It is down below in the big tab under the commission section, or you can talk to me on Discord. Those of you who are not on Discord, join us at that link. It's an amazing place full of creative streamers and viewers alike. I think we're up to about 540, 530, I don't know, something like that, members, many of whom are streamers, or, you know, we got Golden Demon winning painters in there, we've got normal dumbfuck painters like myself, we got traditional artists as well, there's sculptors, absolutely everything miniature related. You will find it on that Discord. You can post work in progress that you're doing at the moment, you can get feedback, you can ask for help, whatever. It's a really great spot if you even just want to talk to people. So there's that. And anyway, yeah, I'm done now. I'm going to go lay down a bit because my headache's kind of come back. But yeah, I hope I'll see you guys tomorrow when I finish up this other Cadian bloke. The first Cadian bloke. So yeah, go say good day to Melon. Tell him you came from me. Or not, I don't really give a shit either way. Either way. Thank you guys for watching today, and I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully.